We are underway at the British Equipped. We are here in the heart of Yorkshire. Recall at the Regen Centre. And we have the men's session just starting with Dan McGawley. Dan is Special Olympics category and he's in the 59 kilo class today. And he's on the board with 3 white lights. Dan last lifted at the World Equipped in Denmark. And next out we have Mick Amy. We had his young sidekick on the platform this morning, Sub-Junior Grace Besant. And here is Mick in the M4 category. M4 is 70 years old and above. So we have mixed age classes here today. So in this group alone we have Special Olympics, M3, M4, in fact we have all the M's, M1, M2, M3, M4. M1 is the 40s, M2 the 50s, M3 the 60s. Mick Amy is in the 70s. Seemed to struggle a little bit to get down to depth, but I think he got there in the end. And 3 white lights. Another familiar face. So next we have Doug DeGarma. Has been lifting for a lot of years now. One of those complicated names that's been spelt wrong so many times over the years. It's taken me a long time to get his profile straight on OpenIPF. I have competitions for him going back 20 years. Silver medalist at Worlds. Out in St John's in October. Opening his squat with 190. Looked nice and easy for Doug. One of the side referees wasn't happy with the depth. When you see that little red light underneath the red light, as it were, that's the colour failure. All the different types of failures have different colours for the different lifts, and on squats the red is always. Oh, unfortunately, Doug's lift was overturned. He's been too high. The jury got involved. And here we have William Merry on the platform with 200 kilos. Current European champion. And next out we have Gregory Pearson. So there's a range of weight classes as well as age classes here. Greg Pearson is in the Open 66s, the only lifter in that class. And he's going to open his squat on 215. Well, his face told a story on that squat, but it was a good lift. Next out, it's Sean Hayes. He's in the M2 83s, relatively new lifter, or newly returned anyway. Good lift for Sean. He's on the board. I've just seen Greg Pearson has whacked in a British record attempt for his second there at 230.5. But next out we have Jazz Singh Chima. Little Jazz. Being sent out there by Sunny Sahota, who I think is lifting in this session, just in a different flight. Jazz took the bronze medal at the Euros last year. Struggling for depth though. I couldn't see through the spotters from where I was. 2 to 1, a good lift. Yeah, I'm off to the side there, so I'm trying to look through some spotters to look at depth, so don't think I've got much of a chance. But here we have James Taylor. He is the only Open 83. And he's looking for 245 to open his account. Now, I have his best lift as 212.5. So if I've got the right person, then no, I don't think I have actually. Many James Taylors. Here we go. This is more like it. I'm looking at Open IPF, by the way. That's a absolutely brilliant resource for anyone who wants to scout out the opposition or figure out who anyone is. So this matches James' current best. Depth looked good, paused it for good measure.
3 white lights and a good lift for James.
Just watch that replay back. He kept his position really well. Loads of depth. And he's on the board. So we're already through to the second round, and we have Dan McGawley coming out for 115. I'm going to have a real job keeping track of records here. We have so many age classes and weight classes. But here's Dan for 115. Next out, we've got Mick Amy. Made short work of 150. He's gone all the way up to 170. Lifts both classic and equipped. Silver medalist Oh, it's a couple of years ago, that European Masters, actually, out in Romania. Doug DeGama is next. He was just shy a little bit of depth on his opener, so he's just going to take that again. And again, I can't really see the depth looking through a spotter, but that didn't look any different. 2-1 again, so I'm just looking over at the jury table. Jury's fine. Doug is on the board. Next out, it's William Murray. Scottish lifter. We've had quite a contingent of Scottish lifters today. One of them won her class and she's already in the ref's chair at the side. And another one's on the jury table. So this is 210. William is in the M166s, only lifter in that class. Two on. Now you got a blue card from the side referee. The blue card on squats means that the lockout was soft. So either knees not locked or, excuse me, it could be up and down movement of the bar as well. I didn't see any of that though, so I'm assuming it's soft knees. Sean Hayes now for 220. He's only gone up 5 kilos. But his opener did seem tough. Oh no, excuse me, it was Greg whose opener looked tough. This is Sean Hayes, M283s, 220 on the bar. That was a good lift. I'm just looking, I'm a bit confused about...
We are now loading the bar to 230.5 kilos with Gregory Pearson, Jasmine and James to follow. This, if successful, will be a new open record in the 66 kilo class at 230.5 on his second attempt.
So this is being called as a British record, but it doesn't look like it to me. Oh, he's a sub-junior, right, okay. So he's not down, he's not listed on the score sheet as a sub-junior, but apparently he is, which is why 230.5 is a British record attempt. I was very confused there for a while. Now his opener didn't look super easy, and this is 15 kilos up. Depth looks great. But that's just a bit too heavy, unfortunately. A little bit ambitious. Sometimes you've got to... It's great to have a plan coming in, but you have to react if things aren't feeling good on the day. You may think, I've done this, that and the other in the gym, training's gone well, this is my plan for the day, but if the warm-ups don't go great, you have to react to that. Quite often what you can do on the day today is not necessarily as much as you could do last week. Jazz Chima now, 232.5. And the stalwarts of the West Midlands division. He's in the M183s. Unfortunately, not quite deep enough. But he'll get another attempt at that. He certainly moved the weight very well. So here's James Taylor with 257.5. This will be a chunky PB for him. 245 was his competition best. Oh, excuse me, that's not right. He has done 265, but he didn't make a total that day, which is why it's not showing up on his best score. But this is 257.5. And he's grinding it, but it just won't go. That's a real shame. Maybe 2.5 less would have gone. But it's easy to be wise after the event. If only we all had 20/20 hindsight. Or foresight, excuse me. We do have 20/20 hindsight. It's foresight that's the hard one. So we come through to the third round now for 120. And this will be Dan McGauley. Dan's been lifting for nearly 10 years now. He was the silver medalist at the Commonwealth Special Olympics category. Commonwealth took place in December out in New Zealand. No, I'm not absolutely certain about the depth on that one. Let's see what the referees think. 2-1, a good lift. 2-1 in a good way. 2 white lights. Okay, and next out we have a British record attempt. Now this is actually a standard, so he could have taken 187.5 and taken the record. He's chosen to take 188. I was going to say that chip might come in handy later in the competition, but he is alone in class. Everyone in this group is alone in class. Here comes Mick. This is 188 kilos. I think he's sunk it so far that he's not coming up. Valiant attempt, but no lift there for Mick. Next out is Doug DeGama. He's looking for 205 for his final squat. And here's a custom red SBD belt. And that was a good lift for Doug, 205. And the centre referee calls bar loaded for William Murray, looking for 217.5 in the 66 kilo class. He moved the weight very well. I was concerned about the depth, but 2-1, that is a good lift. So here's Sean Haynes. He's looking for 225. Strong. So here's Greg Pearson in the sub-juniors. He's looking for another attempt at 230.5. This is a record held by excuse me, it's Dan Sherman. I knew I should have known that. Parkhead lifter. This has stood since 2017. I think Dan Sherman won he was sub-junior world champion that year, I think. So this is a big ask, and he's already used a lot of energy up on his second attempt. Depth for sure, but just did not have the drive to come out of the hole. So here's Jazz Chima. He's gone up 5. He missed 232.5 on just a fraction of depth. So he's cranked his knee wraps a bit. He's going to go for 5 kilos more. It looked better. Was it enough? It was 2-1. That is a good lift for Jazz Chima. So here's James Taylor now for his second attempt at 257.5. He didn't stand this up last time. He's going to need to get this absolutely spot on. Okay, so that just wasn't happening today for James Taylor, so we move through to flight B, which is going to be another mixed bag of age classes. So we've got one M3 super heavyweight and some 93s in the open, M2s, M3s and M4s. So it's going to be a tough one to keep track of. We'll do our best. We're just doing the dance of the referees between the flights. So here's Jim Wants. He's in the M2 93s. Only lifter in that class, and he's opening his squat with 160 kilos. Nice and deep. Knees poking through the knee wraps there. 2 meter wraps don't go anywhere on a bigger lifter, let me tell you. So Jim is on the board with 160. And we have the legend that is Kevin Jane out next. He's in the M4s. Has been lifting longer than I care to talk about. He's been Masters World Champion many, many times. Director for England in British powerlifting. He holds most of the M3 as well as the M4 records. I know he's been struggling with I'm not going to say knee injury, but his knee has been troubling him. But he's on the board with that 205. And next out we have Frosty. Oh, well, of course, in his squat suit. I was expecting him to have his Frosty the Snowman singlet on. Hopefully we'll see that on deadlifts. Phil is in the M3 super heavyweights. Been lifting for 20 odd years now. You think he'd be some good at it. And he's on the board. Well done, Frosty. He doesn't seem too happy coming off the platform, though. Yeah, he's limping a little bit. Oh, I'm sorry I said something mean now. I'm sure it'll give him a laugh when he listens to it back. Keith Blacknell is out next. He's M3 93 kilo class. The only lifter in that class. There's Keith with 230. I was unsighted for depth there, so let's take a look at what the referees think. And the referees think it's absolutely fine. He's on the board with his opener. Matthew Hallett is out next. Bronze medalist out at the Western Euros last year. Lifted at the World Equipped in Denmark in November. Looking for 300 for his opener. Looks like a strong lift. And he's on the board. Next lifter out is Rob Palmer. .340 kilos on the bar. Three white lights, he's on the board. Next out is Hugo Duarte. The lifter who was out in Denmark at the World Equipped. Well, the weight moved like nothing. And it was 2-1, a good lift. No, that was overturned by the jury, unfortunately. You can see by the replay there, he just about got to parallel, did not break through. So no lift for Hugo, and we go through to back to the top with Jim Wands in the M2s. Jim opened with 160, he's gone up to 175 for his second. Well, he was quick on the descent, but it did look to be parallel rather than, well, side refs are happy with it, and that's all that matters. Now, we're loading the bar for Phil Frost at 212.5, but I don't know if he's going to come out. He did limp off the platform. Well, he had a hamstring tweak, I think, out at the Worlds in October. Hamstring or quad, not sure. But, yeah, he's not going to come out for it. He's left it on the score sheet rather than scratch, because that's considered to be a more sportsmanlike approach. Because if you were suddenly not coming out for it, and someone at the next lift along has only got their knees half wrapped, then it's going to mess them up. So it's considered to be polite and good sportsmanship to leave your number on the board. And the rules say that if an attempt's been submitted, then we must run the clock, which is what we're doing now. Good opportunity to thank our sponsors, Eleiko, makers of the best platform equipment in the world, a lot of which you can see on the platform here today, the rack, the bar, the weights, and also SBD, manufacturers of apparel relied upon by strength athletes around the globe. Big thanks as well to White Lights Media, always do a phenomenal job on the live stream. And if you're listening to this back, I would highly recommend going getting a hype video made from White Lights. I've had a few done myself and they're always phenomenal. So you can go to the White Lights website and you can get your photo and video packages. Even if you didn't book one before the event, you can still go back and get your... So I'm just laughing at the White Lights guys having photo opportunities with the refs. So next out will be Kevin Jane. He made short work of 205. He's looking for 222.5 now. Just taking a look at where his M4 record's at 255, so we're a little way off that still. Absolutely phenomenal lifter. He's been absent from the international scene this last year due to his knee problems. So I was just pausing there. I could see the jury overturning that lift. So that is no lift for Kev on depth. So here's Keith Blacknell in the M3s. M3 is 60 to 69 years old. And he's looking for 240 kilos for his second squat. Unfortunately, that is a failure to achieve the required depth. So here's Matt Hallett with 315. The 300 moved very well indeed. A little bit unstable on the walkout, but he got the control of that really well, really quickly. No, that I wasn't in the best place to judge, so I'm going to wait for the referees. Yeah, it did look high. So that's a shame, but he's handling the weight so well. I'm sure he can get that next time out. And here we have Hugo Duarte. He's put 5 kilos on. He honestly moved 340 like an empty bar, but it wasn't quite deep enough. Just needs to sink it a little bit further. That looked even higher, unfortunately.
Sorry, that is no way for Hugo. Unanimous reds to red, I'm afraid. 350 on the line now for Rob Palmer.
So Hugo is under pressure now.
Jim and Phil to get ready. Following Rob.
So here's Rob Palmer for 350. He got 340 on his opener. Rob's in the M193s. This is an M1 British record attempt. An attempt to extend his own British record. Looked pretty much like the first one. And that's a new M1 British record for Rob Palmer. So here's Jim Wands for his third and final squat of the day. Oh, that's a good lift, 2 to 1. So this is for Phil Frost, but he's not coming out for it. He looked like he wasn't in great shape after his first squat, but he got one in. that's what matters, and we're running the clock for him now so that everyone else in the group has adequate time to both rest, recover, and get their knees wrapped at the right time. Timing of the knee wraps is absolutely crucial. You do not want to be stood there longer than you have to in knee wraps with your pain in your legs and your feet going numb. So 50 seconds now running down, and then we'll have Kevin Jane. I'm just looking around the corner to see whether or not Kev is going to come out. I hope we're not running the clock twice in a row. I can see. In fact, I can see Kev, and he's not got a squat suit on. No, we are going to run the clock again. I did hear, I don't know how true it is, but I did hear that Kevin James changes his squat suit between every attempt, which strikes me as being giving yourself a lot of difficulty. So we're running the clock again for Kev because he isn't coming out for it. Hopefully someone in this group will eventually come out and do a lift. In the meantime, I would like to thank White Lights Media for inviting me onto the live stream today. It's always great to do. I'm looking at him. I'm looking at my producer, and he's not even got his headphones on. He's not even listening to my commentary. So I'll stop trying to compliment him. So this is traditionally the first British competition of the year. We have the British Classic and Equipped Bench Press up in Ashington in about a week. And then we have a week off, I think, and then it's the British Classic, which will be absolutely phenomenal. We have 4 straight days of lifting in Nottingham. And then the very next week, it's Sheffield. It's finally upon us. It's finally happening. 24 of the biggest and best lifters from around the world will be visiting Sheffield, oddly, to try and win some of that £360,000 in prize money that SBD are offering there. I think there are still a few tickets available. You might not get the best seats now, but you can still get your tickets for Sheffield if you don't have them and you want them. I hear the commentator's very good. So here we go. We have a lifter deciding to take a lift on the platform. This is Keith Blacknell for 240. Missed this last time out. Okay, well, he got it all the way to the top. Are the referees happy with it? 2-1. I think he got a yellow card from the side referee for anticipating the rack command, I believe. However, 2-1 is good enough, and we have Matt Hallett coming out for another attempt at 315. I hope he's coming out. Okay, the bar is loaded for Matt. I do not see him waiting to come out. Oh no, here he is. He's coming. Excellent. So he cut this a little high, but he's handling the weight really well. So he's taken the same weight again, 315. Just needs to take it all the way to depth. Easily said from my chair. No, it's certainly better. And the refs say it's good enough. 315 for Matt Hallett. So we have Hugo Duarte coming out for his final attempt with nothing on the board. The weight's certainly no challenge for him. He's certainly strong enough for it. We just need to get that all the way down to depth. He has to break parallel, not just reach it. He's certainly got the support. Needs to not let nerves get the better of him. He's already squatted this twice. And no, that's not going anywhere today. So that's no lift for Hugo Duarte, unfortunately. And we just need to strip the bar so we can get it back in the proper rack. Excellent platform crew we have here today. And now we're loading to 380. Now Rob Palmer's taken 340 and then 350, so coming out for 380 seems unlikely to me. I mean, he may well come out for it, but it's a big jump. And I can't see anyone waiting to come out. So I'm just looking around the corner to see. Nope, looks like he's not coming out. So we have one more group, one more flight to come around. And that's going to be the 105s, 120s and the remaining super heavies. We have some big names coming on. If you've been hanging on waiting for Tony Cliff, you don't have much longer to wait. So we are now into the third flight with James Mutry, M2 105. James is a Scottish lifter. Just doing the dance to the referees and getting everything ready, and we will launch into the big lads session. In fact, there's been a change. It's not James Mutry coming out, it's Dean Bowring for 210. Dean Bowring lifting entirely raw by the look of it. Electing for the racks in, which is super easy on this Eleiko rack. And here is the legend that is Dean Bowring. Says single ply on the score sheet, so I can tell you that's entirely raw. Naked knees even. Dean is lifting in the M1 Supers today. So Dean is on the board. May well wrap his knees, even put a squat suit on. After this, who knows? So it's James Mutry next for 2:15. So here's James looking for 215 kilos. Oh, I think that's okay. He got all kinds of out of shape on the way up. He's got a yellow and a blue. So I'm watching that back. No, his toes came up, but his foot didn't move. I can't really see what he's failed that for. I can see the jury. He's being given another attempt. I can't imagine why, if I'm honest. I don't... Well, anyway, he's been given another attempt at the end of the round. And next we have Matt Watson. He's in the open 105s and he's opening his squat with 295. That looked like a nice squat for Matt. And the referees agree, he's on the board.
Next weight on the bar. 10 kilos for Andy Chubb. Let's see if he can get a bigger trophy today than he did at the foundations. Tony and Jack to follow.
So here's Andy Champ now in the 105s. Quite a light 105, weighed in today at 98.4. Needs to get a few more pies in him or be a 93. Big opening attempt here, 310. This match is the best he's done in competition. Very wide stance there. I think he cut that a bit shy, unfortunately. I'm just looking over at the jury table. I don't think they were actually watching. They're looking through the rules. So Andy Champ gets his lift. And here we have the legend himself, Tony Cliff. Britain's best equipped lifter. Brought a medal home from the World Games last year. Didn't go out to World Equipped. He's been growing his family instead of his lifts. And looking casual with 310. Tony is the only lifter in the open 120s. No one could face standing next to him. So we have Jack Johnson now. He's in the 105s. He's coming out for 315. Jack took the 3rd place at the Arnold UK. Squatted 335 that day, so this should be nice and easy. Certainly looked nice and deep. We have the 2 open supers out next. Supers, the super heavyweight category is the 120 kilo plus, so anyone that is 120 kilos or above. I think technically 120.01 and above. So first out we have Sonny Zahota. Another West Midlands lifter. $360 kilos on the bar. Well, it came up very well, but the refs say it did not go down far enough. He squatted 390 in the past. I think it was 380 at the UK Arnold, so we know he's easily capable of doing that weight. Last man out in the first round is Jordan Bollard. He did well, if I remember rightly, he took a medal at the World Equipped. If I'm honest, I can't quite remember what, I think it was on squat. I think he took the bronze on squat out in Denmark in November with 400 kilos. Opening today with 382.5. Absolutely massive. That didn't look very deep from where I'm sitting. Let's see how the referees... Now we are... Yeah, James Mutry is... I have no idea why he's been given another attempt, but he is, so we're going to reset. And this is going to be awkward as well because he's not going to have sufficient time for the second round. At any rate, James has been given this attempt again. So he's going to come out for this, and then it's going to be... Well, he might end up following himself. It depends on the lift. So let's see what he makes of this first, and then we can figure out how that's going to work afterwards. A little bit shaky, but much better than his opening attempt. He's on the board. Now, what happens next depends on what James wants to put in. Because Dean Bowring has 225 as his second attempt. So it depends whether James wants to... Right. So James wants 230, so Dean will come out next. But I think we'll need some compensatory time because otherwise James will only get a minute to recover. So I think we're going to end up putting a couple of minutes on the clock for him for his next one. At any rate, this is Dean Bowring at 225. And he's not coming out.
Do I contest the fact that Dean hasn't got his suit on and he's wandering about out the back there, then he's not coming out for this? I reckon I'm going to make an educated guess that Dean is not going to back there.
So, yeah, he's not going to come out.
Go on Google, type in powerlifting, you get a picture of Dean Bowring. Through say, the man is powerlifting, literally. However, he's not out here at the minute, so maybe he's not. 15 seconds. 10. To be honest, those numbers are pretty low for Dean, so perhaps he has an issue. He just don't fancy it. Time out. Time out. That is no lift for Dean Bowring. So we are now loading the bar to 230 kilos for James Humphries, and he will get 2 minutes in which to do this. Adam, do you know how to set the timer to say 2 minutes? Unfortunately, I have a stopwatch. Do you trust me?
So we've timed Dean Bowring out. However, James Mutry will now get some compensatory time on the clock.
Bars loaded, 230 kilos for James Mutry. He's got 2 minutes in which to do this.
He's been given an extra 2 minutes.
Suggested that I take these people's lifts. Now, I'll tell you something, when I competed, I'm total 225. Never mind any squatting.
So, what happens in situations like this is you get some compensatory time added on so that you're not coming out straight after yourself. I can't see a clock running with the relevant time on it, unfortunately, so I'm not sure how many minutes we've got to go. Okay, the clock has started. We have 1 minute to take the lift. Is it possible that he's not taking it? I certainly can't see anyone wrapping his knees. So hopefully when we've timed this one out, we will actually get the lifter onto the platform. So a few seconds left now. We're going to time out James Mutry for his second attempt, and then we have Matt Watson coming out for 3:07.5. So Matt Watson's coming out next for 3:07.5. This is right up against his current best of 3:10. .307.5 on his back. That is a huge weight. And he moved it very well. That's a good lift for Matt. Matt's in the 105, so I was just checking out what the record is in this class, and it's actually a standard at 362.5, which means that no one in this class has done more than that since the weight categories changed anyway in 2011.
Bars loaded, 325 kilos, Andy Champ.
So here's Andy Champ for 325. So I think we're into PB territory already for Andy. He's done 310 on the platform before. He did it today. Looking for another 15 kilos. Struggling to get that weight under control. Dips it in, stands it up. But no depth, unfortunately. But he's moving that weight so well, just needs to squeeze down a little bit of extra depth. So here's Jack Johnson now for 330. Current best is 345. But I think that was a while ago. He went and moonlighted as a bodybuilder for a while. Did 335 at the Arnold last September. And he's a fighter, all right. Will the referees reward him? Yes, they will. That is a good lift for Jack Johnson. Next out is Tony Cliff. Couldn't be bothered lifting equipped today. He's lifting entirely raw. This matches his current best raw squat. Current equipped raw squat has, excuse me, his current equipped squat. Best is 420. But he's looking comfortable with 340 in sleeves there.
3 white lights, a good lift for Tony Cliff. 375 on the bar now for Sonny Sahota. 360 is good.
Another lifter with long femurs, Tony. Let's sit back a long way. Look at all those red plates. This is 375 kilos for Sonny Sahota. That's well over 800 pounds. And what a sight they make. 7 reds aside. Looks absolutely huge from that angle on the floor. He has squatted this weight before. We know he can do it. But that was nowhere near depth, I don't think.
2 to 1, I'm afraid that is not deep enough for Sonny. One more crack at that, 382.5 off the bar.
So that's a shame. I would have thought that amount of weight would have driven him all the way to depth. But certainly he's standing up with it very easily. It's not presenting any problem at all to get the weight back to the top. Just needs to have the confidence just to sink it in a little bit further. And next we have Jordan Bollard at 382.5. Doesn't look to be very well locked out even at the start of the squat. But he handles that weight like a bag of shopping. Still not quite deep enough, unfortunately. So we watched the replay there. Yeah, he barely got to parallel, unfortunately. So we have two lifters in this group that are in trouble now. Not hugely unusual in equipped lifting. We go back to the top now. We have James Mutry for 230.
Ball's loaded, 230 kilos, James Mutry. Come on, James. Matt and Andy, get ready.
Missed this last time out. Oh, he didn't come out for it, I think. I think it was just too soon after his retaken opener. But he's got it on this attempt. That's 230 for his final squat. So here's Matt Watson. He's having a good day today. 2 squats in. 315 on the bar, which will be a 5 kilo PB for him. And that looked good to me. 3 white lights and 315 kilos from Matt Watson. That was a great squat. He'll be happy with that. So here's Andy to retake 325. He was just short of a bit of depth on his second, and he's not coming out for it.
We are running the clock. Don't know what to tell you. It's sunny outside in Yorkshire. Enjoy it while you can. This doesn't happen very often. No matter what they'll tell you. Sun always shines in Yorkshire, don't it?
So we're running the clock again.
I've just been informed that the next 3 are coming out. Talk amongst yourselves. Leave the bars on.
I've been told that the next 3 lifters aren't coming out. So Jack is not coming out for his 335. He's happy with the 330. So we're going to run the clock for 335. So I hope the clock is actually running. Yep, there we go. The clock is now running for Jack. Dean has put 350 on and he's not coming out either next. So we have another couple of minutes to wait for someone to actually come out onto the platform. I believe the Tony's put 370 on, which I can't see him coming out for. Okay, I think we've timed out Jack Johnson, and now we have Dean Bowring, who's not coming out. Now, I can see Sonny Sahota is having his knees wrapped, so I think we can be fairly certain he's going to come out and try and squat something. Can't really speak for anyone else, though. So we're now loading the bar to 370 for Tony Cliff. I'm not absolutely certain he's going to come out for it. No, he's not coming out. And he's got Big Jazz and Little Jazz in his corner. And Aaron Singh as well. Aaron's just mopped Sonny's head for him. Here he comes. Sonny Sahota, 375 kilos on the bar. 7 red plates either side. Now he was handling this weight like it was nothing at all. But he just needs to squeeze down to that extra bit of depth. Come on, Sonny, you need this. All the way. I'm not sure that was all the way. Unfortunately not. That's a tight suit when you 375 kilos won't press you down into depth. And for most people, it would just drill them into the floor. So that's a real shame for Sonny. Can't make a total now. I'm sure he will continue in the competition. We have 1 lift remaining. So here's Jordan Bollard for 392.5. He has squatted 400 in the past. We know he can do it. Just needs to press against the resistance of the suit. That's a big just. 392.5 kilos on his back. I think that's better. Has he got it? He has a lift on the board. 392.5 for Jordan Bollard. We will take a 10-minute break now. Join us back for bench.
Okay, the 10 minutes is up. The weight on the bar is 80 kilos.
Bar's loaded!
The bar is loaded. 80 kilos for Dan McGawley. Nick Amy and Greg Pearson, get ready.
We are underway for bench. This is the men's classes, so we have 3 flights ahead of us now. This first flight is the lighter weight classes. A real mix of age classes though. And here's Dan McGawley with 80 kilos. Of course, we have the new bench rules to think about now, so we're looking for elbow depth, such a bizarre phrase. But Dan had depth for days there. 3 white lights, he's on the board, and he looks happy with that. And we have Mick Amy coming out next. He's in the M4 83s. Quite a narrow grip. Loads of depth. Just a little bit of difficulty getting it to lock out, but he got those elbows locked in the end. So here is Greg Pearson. He had a couple of cracks at the sub-junior British record on squat. Didn't quite come off, but I'm sure that'll be there next time out. This is 120 kilos in the 66 kilo class. Doug DeGama is out next, and he is also taking 120. Depth is great. And that was an easy looking lift for Doug DeGama. So here comes William Murray now for a 135. He's an M166. Masters 1 is age 40 to 49. Just taking a look at the front view now, just to make sure on elbow depth. Yeah, that looks fine. Oh, now was there a bit of up and down movement there? The bar must travel to lock out in one continuous motion. It can't go up and down. And I believe that it did. So the side referee did give a yellow card, but I've just seen him indicate it was for downward movement, so he just gave the wrong colour. It is helpful when the referees do give the correct colour failure. So here's Sean Haynes now for 160 kilos. He's in the M2 83s. Elected for a side handout rather than a centre. I always find it a little bit inconsistent. But that was a great opening bench there for Sean Haynes. So next out we have James Taylor, looking for 175 for his opener.
Is loaded, 175 kilos, James Taylor.
Just explaining exactly what he wants from his handout. Depth looks fine. Yeah, just a little bit of difficulty just getting his right arm to lock, but that looked like he managed it. And the side referee was indicating a bit of butt lift. So just watching that replay back now. Oh, it did come up, but the other side referee didn't spot it, and the jury do not have a repeater monitor, so sometimes you get away with it. Jazz Chima next for 190. Jazz is in the M183s. Keeping a close eye on everyone's elbows when they come out for the first time. And also we saw there that he had his feet in the air while he was setting up, which is what I'm doing, trying to get around this idea that you can't put your feet on the bench to set up. And it's so hard in a shirt. Now, we didn't get that front view of his elbows, so hopefully he was completely fine. And that's 3 white lights for Jazz. So we're back round to the top now with Dan McGawley. He's gone up 5 kilos. So Dan's just asking for blocks. Lifters can ask for blocks of 10 centimetres, 20 centimetres, 30 centimetres to build up the platform so they can keep their feet flat on the floor. Feet must stay flat on the floor, and the butt and shoulders and head must remain in contact with the bench. $85 kilos on the bar. And it's a grinder, but I think it's gone. Here comes Mick Amy for 100 kilos. British record in this category is held by Alan Twigg. Well, he hit the wall about halfway up, but he's continuing to push through. Oh, did he What's the referee's going to make of that? Yeah. All sorts of things there. His bum came off, and I think he wrecked it before the command. Oh, maybe his butt didn't come off. Yeah, I think he definitely wrecked it, though. But he will get another attempt at that, and we have Greg Pearson next for 125. It's a tough one, but he's pushed through. Three white lights. I think he's going to need a little bit of extra adjustment into that shirt. Maybe jack it down a little bit, adjust the collar a little, because that looked to be on the limit. But there's a lot you can do in a bench shirt. It's not uncommon to see someone put another 10 kilos on it and then make it look even easier. So Doug DeGama shouted 127.5 up successfully. So here's William Murray. He's going to retake 135. I can't remember what happened to his opener. Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, I think there's a little bit of up and down again. You do find this, it's very common with equipped bench. You get the big pop off the chest from the resistance of the shirt, and then it needs to be coming up in exactly the right line so you can get underneath it and drive it home. And that little transition period, that little transition phase, it does catch people out a lot. And you do see the up and down movement in the middle part of the lift a lot with equipped bench. So Willie Murray's in trouble now, but we have Sean Haynes on the platform for 165. Nice press there from Sean. Here comes James Taylor for 185. He's benched 192.5 in the past, so this should be nice and easy. Things are rarely nice and easy with equipped lifting, to be fair. That right arm is lagging, but I think he got it locked in the end. 2-1. His butt is coming up a little bit as well. So Jazz Chima now for 200.
The bar is loaded. Dan and Victor Lane. This is Jasmine Gachima.
Jazz lifted 200 at the Arnold UK last year, so this should go well. Really nice. That was a great bench from Jazz.
Lovely. Third round now for this first fight. 87.5 on the bar. This is the Dan Goalie and almost everybody wanted blocks. That's how good this platform cream is. Well, we've got blocks on one side. Oh, there we go.
We're back round to the top again now with Dan McGauley for 87.5.
Dan the goalie.
Well, he definitely got it to the top, but unfortunately,
Yellows from the side referee.
let's see from this side if we can see what that was about.
All sorts of things could have gone wrong.
Oh, his butt was right off the bench.
That would be good.
So that was no lift for Dan, but he leaves him with the best of 85.
Next round the bar is 100 kilos from Romania. The bar is loaded. Yes, second attempt in this weight. Good, ready up.
Mick just taking a moment to compose himself. Missed this last time. It's a tough one, but I think it's good. And the referees think so too. So here's our sub-junior lifter, Greg Pearson, looking for 127.5. He's not a million miles away from the British record there. But, you know, a few kilos on bench can make all the difference. Three white lights, a good lift.
Bar is loaded. At one place. Well, that was a good lift for Greg. Yeah, bar's loaded.
So here's Doug DeGama for 130. I love him shouting the bar up. Oh, So 2-1, there's no lift. We yellow cards from the side referees. So if we can watch that back from the side. Butt was right off the bench. A yellow card infraction. The butt has to stay on the bench. So here's William Murray now for his third attempt at 135. Descent looks good, touch looks good, and the press looks good. 3 white lights and he is on the board, he's back in the game. Here's Sean Haynes, he's taken some quite conservative jumps, 160 to 165. This is 170.
Sorry, 2-1, and there's no lift for Sean.
2-1, no lift, so yellow cards from the side. So we're going to see butt lift again.
187.5 of the bar now for James Taylor.
Yep.
Has to follow, and then we move into the next one. Bars loaded, 187.5 kilos for James Taylor. You're on the lead.
So we have loaded 187.5 for James Taylor, but he's not going to come out for it. So we are going to run the clock. Just counting those seconds down now, and we will have Jazz Chima coming out for, I think that's a PB attempt. Let me just check that out. Yeah, the most that Jazz has done in the past has been 207.5. So could this be the day? Oh, looking back through Open IPF, 210 looks like a bit of a bogey weight. He's missed it a couple of times. But he's looking strong today. His bench has been absolutely phenomenal. So today's the day, Jazz. Come on. And this rule about not putting your feet on the bench, it really does give you problems with a shirt on. How you're supposed to keep that shirt in place and set up properly is beyond me. Oh, he's got a lot of adjustment in that shirt and it's giving him a huge amount of pop off the chest. I think he's got it. 2-1. A good lift for Jazz Chima. Yeah, managed to keep his butt planted. And that's a PB for the, I don't know how many times I'm asking. So we're through to the second flight now of the men's group, and we have Phil Frost coming out for 100 kilos. So Frosty is a big bencher. He's got Frosty the Snowman on his singlet there. Now he is a big equipped bencher. He has the M3 British record, I think, but he's lifting raw today. He looked injured on his squat, to be fair. I know he had a hamstring tweak out at World Masters. There you go, Phil. Nice 100 kilos PB for you there. Keep at it. Keith Blacknell is out next for 120 kilos. He's in the M3 93s. Everyone in this group is alone in class. Nice opening lift there. So here's Kevin Jane in the M4 93s. Only with 132.5. Good lift for Kev. And we have Jim Wands coming out next. He's an M2 93. Looking for 145. Good lift, he's on the board. So here's Hugo with 210. No problem with elbow depth. And that was a nice opening bench. Matt Hallett is out next. Squatted 315. Going to open his bench with 230. I'm not going to make any jokes about dentists. Both Matt and Hugo are in the open 93s. Hugo, unfortunately, though, didn't manage to get a squat in. Not skipping about on the chest a lot. That was a difficult touch. And 2-1, he's on the board with it. So you may find now that a little bit of extra weight overcomes the resistance of the shirt more effectively. So you get these counterintuitive situations with equipped lifting where you put more weight on and it makes the lift easier. Rob Palmer now, he has the British record. He broke the British record on his squats with 350. He has the bench record as well at 255. He's opening today with 235. Good lift, and he's on the board. Interesting to see whether he presses on to extend his own British record there. But we're back to the top with Keith Blacknell, who's looking for 130 for his second bench. A little bit uneven, but there's no problem with that. There is no even lockout rule in the IPF. And we have Jim Wands out next with 150. That's another good lift for Jim. Wearing the British singlets. You can only have one of those singlets if you have lifted internationally, represented your country. You cannot buy it, it must be earned. Here's Kevin Jane for the same weight, 150 on the bar. He's got a different shirt on, I think, than he did his opener with. He has, I'm sure of it. He's going to put a different shirt on again and go for 160. Hugo Duarte now for 217.5. Hugo open with 210, gone up to 217.5. Good lift for Hugo. Now we have Phil Frost. He came out raw and benched 100. Now he's put 220.5 on the bar for an M3 British record. You do see people do this. They open raw and then try and put a shirt on. It rarely works out because it's so hard. You don't get a lot of time out there to get your shirt on. And it's so hard to get a shirt working in the first rep. I mean, this is Phil's own record, 220. And he's looking for 220.5 to extend it on his second lift, which suggests he thinks he's got a bit more for his third. No, he let the weight get forward. He lost that on the chest. So if we can watch that back on the replay, it comes down really well, and then there we go, goes forward with it, and then it's never coming back from there. You have to be so patient bringing the bar down that last inch. And of course Phil didn't have a chance to do a few reps in the shirt to get it going. I think the number of times I've seen someone open raw and then put a shirt on and get it to work first time out is a very small number indeed. But here we have Matt Hallett for 242.5. Patient to the chest. Well, there wasn't much speed off the chest, but he certainly got it all the way to lockout. Good lift from Matt. Last man out for his second bench is Rob Palmer. Got that shirt jacked down a fair way. Getting that collar in the right place is absolutely crucial. If you jack it down too far, you won't get the bar to your chest. And if it's not far enough, you won't get it back to lockout. Tricksy business, a quick bench. Now, was there a little bit of up and down in the transition phase there? No, refs say no. And they're in a good position to see. Not an ideal position for us to see on the replay though. Into the third round of bench now, we have Keith Blacknell looking for 140 kilos. Nice steady increases. He's got 120, 130. This is 140. Well, it was certainly very scrappy, but I think he got it. 3 white lights and 3 good benches for Keith Blacknell. Here's Kevin Jane. He hasn't changed his shirt again. Maybe I was mistaken about that. But that looks like the same shirt he did 150 in, and this is 152.5. Two to one, a good lift for Kevin Jane. Not a bad bench for someone in the 70s. Next out, it's Jim Wands for 155. And that was a well-judged third attempt. 2 to 1 anyway. So the side referee gave a yellow card, so let's... okay, we're not going to get a replay for that. Nevertheless, 2 to 1 is good enough. Here's Hugo Duarte for 220. Having a better day on bench than he did on squat. No, not quite there. Valiant effort though. And he left nothing behind on bench. He got 217.5 and missed 220. So next out is Phil Frost. I can see Joanne Frost. I can see her legs through the behind the monitor, so I think he's coming out for it. He missed 220.5. He's going to go for 227.5. He's well capable of this. He just got his line wrong. The weight got in front of him. Dumped it on his chest a little bit. So let's see what you can do. Now he's gone all the way to 500 pounds. Nope, not there. So, yeah, it rarely works out. People think it's a safe option to open raw, but it's so hard to get your shirt working in that short amount of time. Rob Palmer's out next for 250. That was a good lift for Rob. The last lifter out in the second flight is Matthew Hallett, and he's looking for 255. He's so slow off the chest. It's just amazing to get that to lock out. Fantastic bench there for Matt Hallett.
So first round of the bar is 150 kilos for James Guthrie. He will be followed by Dean Bowen, Watson, Tony Crystal, Sahota.
We are through to the third round of bench now. These are the big lads. We have the 105s, 120, 120 plus.
Bar is loaded for James at 150 kilos. He is here, he's just getting ready, don't worry.
So James Mutry is going to lead us out for 150. He's in the M2 105s. Easy.
3 white lights and a good lift for James, no problems there. 190 on the bar now for Dean Bowen. Tony, get ready.
So Dean Bowring's out next. He's a lifter with a big chest and short arms, so we'll take a good look at his elbow depth from the middle.
Bar's loaded, 190 kilos, Dean Bowen.
$190 kilos on the bar. Looks like Dean's raw all day today. Yeah, and he's got no problems with elbow depth there.
3 white lights, good lift for Dean. 200 up for Matt Watson next. Tony Crystal, get ready.
So next out is Matt Watson for 200. Matt has done 207 in the past. He did that out at the World Equipped in Denmark. Got a nice little PB on the squat. What can he do on bench? And he might well have a good day on the bench too. Good lift. Now we've got 220 for Tony Cliff. I can already tell that he's going to be raw at that weight. He's the raw British record holder. Off the top of my head, I think he's done 242 raw, maybe. Yes, 242 and a half. Obviously done much more equipped, more like 320. Easy, easy work. Next out is Sonny Sahota for 220. Unfortunately, Sonny did not manage to get any of his squats to depth. but he is continuing in the competition because platform experience is absolutely priceless. And that's a difficult touch. But look what it gave him off the chest. That was amazing. Oh, but he's got yellows from the sides. So I think the book coming up. We didn't get a replay, unfortunately, but the side referee indicated it was butt lift. But I've never seen so much weight move so quickly. Jack Johnson now for 230. He did 247.5 at the Arnold last year. So 230 should be comfortable. Didn't look super easy for an opener, but all the rules of powerlifting are a bit awry when you come to a quick bench. His next one may well look much easier than that. Now here we have Andy Champ, big bencher. He's opening with 247.5. So if we get that nice front view, we'll be able to check out his elbow depth. Not quite there, just went a little bit offline. And when that happens is the bar heads for your face. But the spotters were there to keep him safe. Next out is Jordan Bollard for a massive 262.5. This is not a million miles away from his best at 270. Oh, it's not going though. I wonder if he just pressed it slightly in the wrong direction there. Yeah, it's unfortunately you need the extra spotters when the weights get up to these sorts of levels, but unfortunately it makes it a bit difficult to see through. James Muttry now for 160. Nice and easy there for James. So here's Dean Bowring for 200 raw. Slow and steady. That's the 200 for Dean Bowring. Matt Watson now is taking quite a conservative to 5 kilo jump from his opener of 200. Nice lift for Matt. Next out is Sunny Sahota. He missed 220, but yeah, I think his butt must have come up. But it was so fast off the chest. He was having a bit of a difficult time getting the touch. So this extra 10 kilos hopefully will help him get the weight all the way down to his chest in a bit of a quicker way. He's got that collar jacked down a fair way. Stays patient, gets the touch. Didn't go all the way to lockout though, couldn't get his elbows locked. You know, the bar is moving so fast, it must be so frustrating. He's moving the weight so easily. We're just not quite getting it right. He's got one more attempt to get a bench in. In the meantime, we have the legend that is Tony Cliff, former classic world record, world champion. Brought a bronze medal back from the World Games. Look at that, 235 raw, moving like an empty bar. Superb. Next out is Jack Johnson, looking for 242.5. Nice. That was a great bench from Jack. Oh, it wasn't. He's got side referee infractions. Let's watch that back from the side. No, I'm not sure because it didn't look to me like that came up. But both referees gave him the yellow, so They saw something I didn't, and if 2 referees have turned it down, there's definitely something wrong. Andy Champ next. He missed this. He just got his line a little bit wrong. Certainly strong enough to handle the weight. Oh, it's not going again. Having a difficult day today. But you know, equip bench is a difficult discipline. If it was easy, anyone could do it. Jordan Bollard missed his opener, 262.5. Taking the same weight again. Can you even imagine holding a bar with this weight on it above your face? When it's a lockout, the shirt's not really giving you anything, so it's terrifying to hold it in your hands. It's only when you start to bring it down that the shirt begins to work and give you some benefit. He's got it to the top. And it's a good lift. He's on the board. Well on his way to a big total there today.
Third round now, 170 on the bar for James Muttrey. Dean and Matt will follow. And 2 lifters.
Interesting. 2 lifters have asked for 250.5 for a new British record. That's Jack Johnson and Andy Champ. He's a cheeky chap, and he's not got one in, but he's going to go for the record anyway.
170 kilos, James Muttrey.
So here we go. This is James Muttrey in the M2s, looking for 170 kilos. Look like his easiest yet. Here comes Dean looking for 205.
Bars loaded.
Bars loaded.
So here's Matt Watson for 210. Having a good day today. I'm going to wait for the referee's decision on this one. And it's a good lift. I wasn't sure if there's a little bit of up and down, but we have Adam Riley in the centre seat, red light Riley, and if he gives you a white light, you know you've done it right. Here's Sonny Sahota for his third attempt at a bench press. It's so frustrating. He's moving the weight so fast, but it just has to be within the technical rules. Come on, Sonny, you got this. Touch look better. Get it, go on, lock it, lock it, lock it, lock it. Oh, I don't think he locked it out. That's a real shame. He is not having a good day today. So here's Tony Cliff. This is 245. Now I don't have the classic records in front of me because this is an equipped comp. But he is lifting, if he lifts all three lifts completely raw, then I suspect he can claim the raw record, which I think is 242.5 off the top of my head. So this might well be a raw British record for Tony Cliff. Whether he can claim it or not, I'm not sure, but we're all witness to the fact he's lifted entirely raw today. Speaking of records, we have Jack Johnson now for 250.5. This was set by Mark Gregory in 2011. This record has stood for 12 years. So Jack's going to attempt the record, and then Andy Champ has 250.5 lined up for his attempt as well. So if Jack gets this, Andy Champ's attempt will automatically go to 251. Jack missed 242.5, gone for 250.5. And it's just a bit too heavy today, unfortunately. As the MC has just said, this is do or die for Andy Champ. Either he gets a British record or he bombs out. There is nothing in between. Second attempt in a row at the same British record. Oh, he's not quite there, unfortunately. So he has not managed to get a successful bench in. So Andy won't be able to make a total. last bench of the day is Jordan Bollard with 272.5. This will be a small PB for me. Did 270 in Denmark, missed 280. No, not quite there, but he did get one in at 262.5. So he's still building a big total towards the end game. We just watched that back. It just wasn't quite there. So we're going to take a 10-minute break now. You will really want to join us back here for deadlifts.
bar's loaded.
And the bar is loaded. 100 kilos for Dan McGawley. Current record holder is going to extend it by 15 kilos with his opener is successful.
We are back with deadlifts. The bar has hit the floor and the party has started. And here's Dan McGawley making short work of 100 kilos. Next out is Mick Amy in the M4 83 kilo class. He's going to open with 170. Just composing himself before he begins to lift. So everyone in this flight is alone in class, so everyone that picks up a deadlift at this point becomes British champion. Here's Sean Haynes in the M2 83 kilo class, 200 kilos on the bar. Good lift for Sean, and we have Doug DeGarma coming out for the same weights. Doug's in the M3s. Good lift for Doug. 205 now for William Murray. It's a little soft on the knees. Let's see what the refs think. No, the refs think it's fine.
210 on the bar now for Jasvinda Chima, Little Jazz, Wee Jazzy, and other such names.
Next out, Jasvinda Singh Chima.
210 kilos for Jasvinda Chima. James and Gregory, get ready.
.210 on the bar. Good lift for Jazz. James Taylor now for 220. James is in the open 83s. Went up 10 kilos from his opener. It didn't slow him down much.
Right heights and a good lift. 215 on the bar.
And we have William Murray out next for 215.
Bar loaded. 215 kilos. William Murray.
Good lift for William.
3 white lights and a good lift.
And here comes Doug DeGarma for the same weight.
Bars of Doug DeGarma, 215 kilos. James and Gregory get ready.
A little bit scrappy on the way up, but you get no points for style in powerlifting. And that's a good lift for Doug DeGarma.
James and Gregory get ready.
Next out, we've got Jasvinder Chima coming out for 225.
Bar loaded. 225 kilos. Jasvinder Chima.
Yeah, pleased with that.
Good lad. 3 white lights for Jazzy. 230 on the bar now for James Taylor. Gregory and Dan get ready. Bars loaded. 230 kilos for James Taylor.
So here's James Taylor now looking for 230. This will be a PB, I think. Oh, he did get 230 at the All England. And it looks like he's got it here today as well.
3 white lights. Good lift for James. 242.5 on the bar now for Gregory Pearson. Down the goalie, Vic Amy to get ready. Bars loaded. 242.5.
Here comes Gregory Pearson,
Pearson.
sub-junior 66, 242.5 on the bar. Clock's ticking, I can't see him.
45 seconds. Let's see it.
Here he comes. Looking determined. And it's a tough pull. He's taken a fair bit of skin off his knee on the way up.
3 white lights and a good lift.
But he got the lift. Hopefully we're going to see that bar cleaned.
to follow. 5 attempts to change gears, 5 attempts to change.
You thought about picking that up?
So we do clean the bar between every attempt when it gets to the third round to give every lifter the best possible opportunity to keep hold of the bar. Here's Dan McGauley. He comes out onto the platform like he's been fired out of a cannon. 1:15 on the bar for his last lift of the day. It's a tough one, but he's a tough cookie. Stuck with it. And he's happy with his performance today. Skips off the platform. Happy as Larry. No, not there today for Mick. Leaves him with the best deadlift of 200, 470 kilo total. And his umpteenth British title in the M4 category. Here comes William Murray, looking for 220 for his final lift of the day. Three white lights and a good lift gives him a 572.5 kilo total and the British title in the M166s. Here's Sean Haynes looking for 220. Good lift for Sean Haynes. 610 total. And the M2 83 kilo British champion. Doug DeGarma now for the same weight, 220. And there goes Doug Tagama with a 552.5 kilo total, the M3 83 kilo British champion. Here comes Little Jazz for his final pull of the day. 232.5. This is more than he's done for a little while, I think. But he's been on good form today, so come on, Jazz. Finish strong. He's got it moving and he's got it to the top. Nice work, Jazz. M1 83 kilo champion leaves the platform. It's a big hug from Big Jazz as well.
2:35 on the bar now for James Taylor. Gregory Pearson to follow. Then we move to the next flight.
2 more lifts in this flight before we move on to flight B. First out is James Taylor. He's in the open 83 kilo category. $235. This is more than he has done on the platform before. Not today, unfortunately. Leaves him with best deadlift of 230 and a 660 total, which was enough to make him the open 83 kilo British champion.
He is 15 years old and he is coming out to pick up over 250 kilos for a British sub-junior record in the 66 kilos. He's walking up and down, he's firing up. And he's already got the total record. So this will be a record.
So we have Greg Pearson out next, 15 years old. And it looks like he's taken Dan Sherman's total record already. And he's looking for the deadlift record as well. He took a chunk out of his leg on his last deadlift. So he's got a plaster on there now. Hope that's not going to give him an issue. He's a fighter. Honestly, that was so much grit and determination. He's given that everything and he's just gone a little bit grey. You do see when someone gives it a max effort on deadlift, sometimes they do go over backwards. You go a little bit grey, lack of oxygen. Okay, we had a brief break there. We had a lifter just fainted at the top of a deadlift. If you're concerned about Greg Pearson, he's all right, he's fine, he's awake, he's responding. It's always really distressing to see someone faint after a deadlift or a squat or anything else. But it isn't terribly unusual, and he's getting the best care he possibly can. And we are about to get underway with Flight B. And Phil Frost is going to come out for 175. So here we go. Philip Frost in the M3 super heavyweight category. He's semi-injured or possibly even fully injured, so he's not put up his usual kind of numbers. Gets one on the board.
3 white lights and a good lift for Phil Frost. Good work, sir. 190 on the bar now for Matthew Hallett. Jim and Kevin to get ready. Bar is loaded. 190 kilos, Matthew Hallett. Come on, Matt.
Here's Matt Hallett, excuse me, in the open 93s. Just needs to pull this and he is British champion. There we go. Matt Hallett is your new open 93 kilo British champion.
3 white lights and a good lift for Matthew. 200 on the bar for Jim Wands. Kevin and Keith get ready.
Next out is Jim Wands in the M2 93s. He's going to open his deadlift with 200. Again, everyone in this class just needs to pull their first deadlift to become British champion. Nice easy opener there for Jim.
3 white lights and a good lift. For Jim. 200, 205 goes.
Next out is Kevin Jane for 205.
Ready. Bar loaded. 205 kilos for Kevin Jane.
Nice and easy for Kevin Jane though.
3 white lights and a good lift for Kevin Jane. 215 on the bar now for Keith Blacknell. Robin Hugo, get ready.
Here comes Keith Blacknell. He's opening with 215. Quite a wide stance for a conventional puller. $215 on the bar. Oh, just came up a little bit. Maybe his grip was off. I don't know if we'll get a replay. Might get a chance to. Yeah, can't really evaluate that from there. But maybe if his grip was just a bit off centre, it just put him off coming up on one side and not the other. So Rob Palmer is going to attempt 280 for his first. Nice and easy for Rob. Cements his British M1 title now. Here comes Hugo Duarte for the same weight, 280 kilos. Hugo's also in the open 93s. Well, unfortunately, he didn't manage to put up a squat. Nice, that was a lovely deadlift from Hugo. Great opener. We have Phil Frost up next. I would be surprised if he comes out for it, if I'm honest. Just looking around to see if I can see him sat in the audience, but I can't. So we have the bar loaded for Phil Frost, but I think Frosty the Snowman is going to give us a break this time. He's not coming out for it. He came for a crack at the M3 bench record. Didn't quite come off today. It was a risky strategy, opening raw, then putting a shirt on. Didn't quite pay off for him today. So we're going to run the clock down for Phil. And then we'll have Matt Hallett for 210.
However, he's got one in, he's qualified. Why rush? So, 20 seconds to go. And then Carol will do a little dance for you now. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is something you don't see at IPF Internationals or anywhere else, to be fair. Maybe in Switzerland. Time out. No way. No way for Frosty. Because he didn't come to the platform and have a go. 210 on the bar now for Alex. Heading to the gym. Get ready.
Matt Hallett will be attempting 210 for his second deadlift. Already assured of the British Championship title. Nice deadlift there. One of many lifters deadlifting raw. You don't get as much out of a deadlift suit as you do out of a squat suit or a bench shirt. I've just heard that we have Kevin Jane coming out next in the M4s. He has already taken the M4 title, and I've just heard the MC say that this is his 30th consecutive British title. That is nothing short of astonishing. Phenomenal lifting from Kevin Jane. Jim Wands is next, and he's looking for 230. He's gone up a full 30 kilos from first to second. That's quite a big jump. Paid off. It's a good lift. Now we have Keith Blacknell. He's taken an unusual approach. He missed 215. It kind of came up a little bit uneven. One end leapt up and the other didn't, and he put it down straight away. So maybe he just got his grip a little bit off centre. However, he's decided to go up 15 kilos. I wonder why. Is he looking for a record in the M3s? Well, it was a worrying moment there as he got that to lock out. But he got 230, he's on the board, and he is the M3 93 kilo British champion. Here's Rob Palmer for 300. Nice and easy there for Rob.
2 to 1. Good lift, 2 to 1, good lift. Hugo's up next for 300. And then Frosty and Matthew will follow. Round 2 for the second flight. The bar is loaded at 300 kilos.
Here's Hugo Duarte for the same weight, 300 kilos. That's a great pull from Hugo.
Good job, Hugo. 3 white lights and a good lift. 177.5 goes on the bar now for Phil Frost. Matthew and Kevin to get ready. Obviously, we know Frost today coming out of this one, and he's only better than everybody else. But they get a decent turnaround time. It's not Kevin. Frosty can't be bothered, is it? Bar's loaded, 177.5 kilos for Phil Frost. So obviously he's not coming out. Once again, if you've not been and got your competition t-shirt from Union Jack, please go and get one. Because they don't want to go home with them, do you? You're telling Dylan, sorry, we didn't sell them all.
So we're just timing out Phil Frost again. It's quite a small group, so we had a couple of no-shows, or people who pulled out of the competition anyway. So if we scratch Phil Frost, then people wouldn't be getting a lot of time to recover. So we're just running the clock down again for Phil Frost.
If you want to see the 12 strongest men and women in the world compete for real money in Sheffield, then this is your only chance to do so. Don't think there's any
The last few seconds tick down now on Phil Frost. He might not have come out for his deadlift, but he is the M3 super heavyweight British champion. And now we have Matthew Hallett for 220. Everything slows down a little bit in the third round as we clean the bar each time.
Bars loaded, 220 kilos, Matthew Hallett.
Really nice from Matt there. I give you the 93 kilo Open British Champion. And next out is Kevin Jane. 30-time British champion. 30-time back-to-back British champion. Not many people can say that.
Bars loaded, 2 seconds, 1.5 kilos for Kevin Jane.
Here he comes. Nearly fell over on his way. 237.5 kilos on the bar, 523 pounds. No, wasn't going anywhere today. Leaves him with a 582.5 kilo total. 71 years old. Absolutely unbelievable. Jim Wands now in the M2s for 240 kilo. Great way to finish his competition. Here's Keith Blacknell, 245 on the bar for a man in his 60s. No, a little bit too heavy today. Leaves him with the best pull of 230 and a 610 total. Next out is Rob Palmer. He's going to attempt 310. 300 looked easy enough. Unusual not to see him wearing an erector shirt. No, it was so close. Not quite there. Gives him a best deadlift of 300 and around 900 kilo total in the 93 kilo M1s. Last out in this flight is Hugo Duarte for 312.5. 300 looked pretty easy. Yes. Great pull for Hugo. So we move now into the third round, the third flight, excuse me. And James Mutry is looking for 170 kilos.
Bars loaded at 170 kilos for James Mutry. Come on, Jim, let's see.
Easy work there for James. Matt Watson is now out next for 215. So here's Matt for 215. Good lift for Matt. Andy Champ's going to come out for 250, which is about the same as the weight he was benching. Here's Andy looking quite relaxed. Unfortunately can't make a total today. No, I'm not sure about that. What do the referees think? No, he never quite got it upright and locked out. As far as I could see. Yeah, he was falling forward as well. Dean Bowring is out next. Has lifted raw, completely raw, naked knee on the squat all day. And he's going to open his deadlift with 260. He's the only M1 Super, so this will give him the British title. Easy pull there for Dean. Here comes Jordan Bollard for 265. He got 290 out in Denmark, so this should be This should move quickly. Always hard to judge how much fatigue you've picked up during the competition. We have Jack Johnson out next for 300. Sunny Sahota isn't coming out for another lift. So we only have 2 more lifters to come out for their opening pull. I'm going to look up the classic British records actually, because it looks like Tony has been raw for the whole thing. So let's just try and line those up by the time he comes out on the platform. But we've got Jack Johnson out there right now with 300 on the bar. Good lift for Jack. Gives him 860, even with his opening pull. Now, just looking for Tony. Yeah, he is completely raw. So, his squat matched the British squat record. His bench was a British bench record. And this will put him within range of the total record as well. So, here's Tony Cliff with 330 kilos. And there we go, that is the 120 kilo British champion. So we're back to the top now with James Mutry coming out for 200. He's taking a big jump from his opening deadlift of 170. Here comes Jim. Made short work of that. And here comes Matt Watson. He's sent out to the platform by new wife, Christy Civetta. And they got married a short time ago. Oh, and that's a tough one. But he got it on the board. Now here's the man who needs to get a deadlift on the board, Andy Champ. He didn't quite manage to get it pulled all the way through on his opener, so he was falling forward with the weight. But he picked it up easy enough, so hopefully it'll go better this time. Here comes Andy, looking remarkably cheerful about the whole thing. That's better. That's a good lift for Andy. Jordan Bollard is coming out for 275 now. Yeah, I was wondering, I didn't give a judgment there. I was wondering if he might get a red for lockout, but 2-1 is good enough. It was just a little bit hunched. But two of the referees thought it was fine, and that is easily enough. Dean Bowring now for 300. Good pull for Dean. And next out is Jack Johnson looking for 320 kilos. So here's Jack for 320. Jack's in the 105 kilo class. Good lift for Jack. Might have a few more kilos left for his third. Now he's already on 9:15, and the classic record, total record, is 9:20. So he's looking to add 30 kilos to his initial pull. He's done 363 in the past. Look at that, just shy of 800 pounds. And he has smashed his own classic total British record. Smashed it into tiny pieces and ground the dust underfoot. And he's still got a pull. He's still got a final pull. Now he's done 363 raw before. He's done 370 equipped before. Interested to see what he puts up for his third, if he can even be bothered coming out for one. Okay, looks like James Mutry. Well, I think we might have a bit of a rash of lifters not coming out for their third here. I don't think Tony has put anything in for his third. So we're just running the clock down for James Mutry. Okay, time out for James Mutry, and we have Matt Watson is waiting to come out for 227.5. Here's Matt, 227.5 on the bar. It went so quickly to the knee, it was surprising it stalled out quite so much. But that gives him a 225 best deadlift and a 750 total. Second place in the 105s. Which means Jack Johnson is the 105 kilo open champion. So we're loading the bar for Andy Champ. We don't think he's going to come out for it. We may in fact have a session here where every remaining lifter times out. So Andy's not coming out. We know Tony's not even put anything in for his third. So Andy Champ has timed out. So Jordan Bollard, he's coming out for his final deadlift. Fantastic. This is 280 kilos. So here's Jordan Bollard. Might not have been the biggest lift he's ever done, but it was certainly enough to win him the Open British title today. I'm not sure about the lockout. Let's see what the refs think. But the refs were happy, and that's all that matters. So that gives Jordan a 280 best deadlift and a 935 kilo total. I can see Dean Bowring is waiting to come out for his as well, so that's 3:15. He moved 300 very well.
The bar is ready.
This will actually take the classic deadlift record. This will take Ricky Mullen's M1 deadlift record. I think he's done it. And the referees think so too. That's a new British deadlift record for Dean Bowring in the M1 category, 725 kilo total, and the M1 super heavyweight British title. So the final lift of the day is Jack Johnson. He is looking for a PB on the platform, 330 kilos on the bar. Come on, Jack. Last lift of the entire competition goes to Jack Johnson, 330 kilos on the bar. And it's not quite there today. Leaves him with the best pull of 320, an 880 kilo total. And he walks away the 105 kilo British champion. My name's Jo Whiteley. It's been my pleasure to commentate on these championships for you. Big thanks to White Lights Media putting on such a phenomenal live stream. Thanks to our sponsors Eleiko and SBD, and to our hosts, the YNE. Till the next time, good night.
Okay. Sorry, it's spoilers for you, lads. I'm going to need to see that screen that you see in front of. That's great, right, okay. So I'm going to do this in no particular order, as in the order of the lifter has got the question. So, men's 66 kilo class. Sure that is not just the open one. That's Masters 1. Your winner, your British champion is William Murray. Now we've got enough trophies.
One shot, stuck in
Well done, William, and I'm sorry about the Bill Murray jokes. In fact, it's a bit like Groundhog Day. There we go, I'll stop now. Right, so men's 83 kilo, Masters 1. Your British champion is Jasvinder Chiba. Little Jazzy. Somebody will be along with the trophy in a minute, mate, don't worry.
I know you can move faster than this is.
Jasvinder Chiba. Right, men's 93 kilo Masters 1. Your new British Masters 1. Your new British champion, Rob Palmer. No apologies at all for any jokes. Well done, Rob. Men's Masters 1, super heavyweight category. It is none other than Dean Bowring. Well done, Dean, thank you. Men's 83 kilo Masters 2 category, your British champion is Sean Haynes. Well done, sir. Men's 93 kilo Masters 2, your British champion is Jim Wands. In case you're wondering what Dean's doing, he's selecting people for the team, so there you go. Right, men's 105 kilo category, Masters 2, your British champion is James Buttery. Well done, sir. Men's 83 Masters 3. Your British champion is Doug DeGama. Well done, Doug. Great job, mate. 93 kilo men. Masters 3. Your British champion is Keith Blacknell. Well done, sir. Men's 120 plus Masters 3. Your British champion, Phil Frost. done, Frosty. Good job, sir. Right. Men's 83 kilo masters 4. Your British champion is Mick Amy. Well done, sir.
Thank you, Ian. I appreciate that very much. Thanks very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Right, men's 93 kilo masters 4. This is his 30th consecutive British title. Your new British champion is Kevin James. I think the hardest thing for him today was getting on that podium. Yeah, it's a long way up. Well done, Kevin. Alright, and now we go into the open category. 59 kilo men. Your British champion is Dan McGawley. Well done, Dan. That's his own record for tying it all pieces 3 times. What a guy. Cheers, Dan. Thank you very much. Men's 83 kilo open category. Your British champion is James Taylor.
Second. Jazz is one. I'm second.
We'll do it this way and we'll sort it out later.
He's already got
Well done.
Hold on, mate.
Apparently it ain't right, but there you go. Right, so 93 kilo class, British champion Matthew Hallett. Where are we now? Right, so men 105 kilos, 2 guys in this class, silver medal going to Matt Watson.
You can only read the result.
And your winner is Jack Johnson, your new British champion.
Well done, Jack.
Well done, chaps. Now we get to the 120s. Your British champion only got what? Bench record and a tight. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tony Cliff smashed his glass and didn't wear a single bit of kit. What a legend. You can put it on his own in his garage, but he can't be bothered in Yorkshire. Okay, men's super heavyweight. Your British champion is John Ballard. Well done, Jordan. very much not least, who was glad he's still with us because he really gave it all on the platform. Men's 66 kilo sub-junior category. He had a good go at that record, but it wasn't to be. It is Gregory Pearson! Careful, steady. Do not dive off the top rope. I'm making wrestling jokes because he's a wrestler as well. Well done, sir. And there is one trophy left, that is for Best Lifter. And I can exclusively reveal to you that even though Tony had a go at doing it in no kick, the best lifter of the day was Rob Palmer! Right, well done, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, please give these guys a round of applause as they leave the platform by whatever means possible. These are the strongest guys in Britain in the equipped category. They can do what the heck they like. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have left a mess, please tidy it up because